So basically, whenever you want, say whatever you want.
All right. Yeah, good morning. I'm Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's great to be back here at the English Riviera Airshow. Our second display of the weekend. We displayed yesterday at 5:30, but today we're on at 12 o'clock, opening the show. And it's great to be back here. As I said, my name is Graham. I'm the team supervisor. So my role actually is to be sure that the team are performing safely, keep an eye on all the safety regulations and all the rules. But more importantly, I'll give the commentary about the team. I'll give you some more information about the wider Royal Air Force, about the Red Arrows, and most importantly, I think one of the most important roles is for me to get your eyes in the correct piece of sky, so you don't miss a single second of the action. You know, we've got a great display this year, a few new manoeuvres brought in by Red 6 in the second half, but of course you'll see those great big wing shapes, big shapes in the first half, followed by those exciting, dynamic and heart-pumping, jaw-dropping manoeuvres in the second half. So I really hope you enjoy the show. Don't forget to give us a massive wave, massive shout as the team arrive, and I hope you really enjoy the show for 2025.
afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to I'm sorry, we just got a technical issue here. Well, good morning again, everybody. Just a slight little hitch in the cockpit here, but nonetheless, all is well and set fair. And a very warm welcome to you all for being here this beautiful Sunday morning. And I can assure you, we've got a fabulous flying display ahead of us during the course of the afternoon, right through until about 4:30 this afternoon. And just a few general notes for you to bear in mind. First of all those children out there, please keep a close eye on all of those, won't you? You can pick up a wristband for them to help connect you during the course of the afternoon. You can go to the information point to pick up those. At the same time, make sure you buy a program as well, and that'll tell you everything that's going on, both in the air and on the ground, along this really superb showground we've got here this afternoon. Brought to you, of course, by Torbay Council and the English Riviera Bid Company. They're guardians of this fabulous English Riviera brand and this terrific amphitheatre we have here this afternoon. Just glorious weather. The sea is fairly flat. There is a cool breeze coming from behind us, so please bear that in mind. The sun remains strong, even though you may be feeling a little bit cool, so make sure the children in particular have got hats and covered with sunscreen and the likes as well. And also, I mentioned earlier on, the inflatables could be at risk this afternoon if they're not attended and the children aren't looked after properly. With that strong, I'd say it's fresh at the moment, offshore breeze, they could possibly drift out to sea, and that would cause another issue for us in terms of the rescue craft. So while that is in mind, no balloons, kites or drones, please, throughout the course of the entire afternoon. They do run a risk to pilots flying the aircraft, and of course we don't want to spoil everybody's fun. The entire show is brought together by a massive team. It's a huge effort to make this, and we hope you're going to really sit back and enjoy yourselves today. A vast number of workers brought to you from the council team itself, the events team there, and supporting staff and activities all across the showgrounds, but brought to you essentially by our partner relationships with Big Wave Media, with Great Western Railway, Torbay Pharmaceuticals, Barnes Aerospace, Eden Motor Group, Holborn Holidays, Wesley Offshore, Parkdean Resorts, Mercure, of course, Pennon Group, and GM Coachwork. But on top of that, if you haven't spotted it yet, there's a special Torbay gin. Produced a limited edition gin just particularly for this air show, and it's got a great local label on as well from Sabotage, who've also put their mark on that bottle as well. Well, just a few minutes to go now. We're in the business of setting the scene for safety throughout the course of the day, and that includes looking after your good selves as well. But there are a couple of tea breaks during the course of the day, one at 1:30 and another one just before 3 o'clock. A chance for you to get around the village, try out the Typhoon Simulator, the Fun Fair, the Craft Fair, all the various events and Trader Village activities as well. Live music on the stage throughout the course of the afternoon, but not whilst the flying display is going on. And of course, if you're interested in the future, perhaps your children might like to emulate the prowess and skills of the Red Arrows, then go down to the military village and you'll be able to chat to all the staff there. But we'll just take a short break now. I'll go offline for a minute, and we'll ensure that everything is set ready for a great afternoon's flying. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that moment has arrived. Welcome to this Sunday, the third day of what's been a fabulous English Riviera Airshow so far. And I'm now going to leave you in the hands. Please put your hands together and wave and shout whatever you've got. And welcome, Red 10.
Good morning, good afternoon, English Riviera Airshow. I am Squadron Leader Grey Muscat. I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. And it's an absolute honour and a pleasure to open up the second day of the English Riviera Airshow. We displayed here yesterday at 5:30, but today we are at 12 o'clock, hopefully on time, and just trying to get comms with Red 1. Before we later on go back towards the East Midlands area, we're displaying at Midlands Air Festival at 5:30. I can just about hear the team breaking through on the radio now, so they're airborne out of Exeter. So if I go quiet, it's just I've got to give some information to Red 1. As I said, it's great to be here back at English Riviera Airshow. Yes, sorry about going quiet. I was just getting the Red 1 information, and here they are, smoking the red, white and blue. Put your hands together for the Red Arrows! Easing up with our famous red, white and blue in trail. There are three types of display that we can do: full, rolling or flat, based on the cloud base and the airspace. Red 1 eases up and moves round to the right, which means he started the show rolling. Red 1 bringing the team in this year is the second year as team leader. Red 1, that's squadron leader John Bond, known as Bondy. Bondy was a former Typhoon pilot and also qualified flag instructor on the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. From the right, in our famous Diamond 9, once again, the 2025 Red Arrows. On the right of Red 1 is Red 2, that's Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. He's in his first year on the team. From training, he was taken from training straight into an instructor role on the Hawk T-Mark 1 with 208 Squadron at RAF Valley when it was in existence, before then completing his training, joining the Typhoon Force, where he served on operations over Iraq, Syria, as well as the Eastern European Air Policing Patrol. And he was also an instructor on 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit, all based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. You now see Reds 8 and 9 make themselves left and right to form the first of our big wing shapes as the team roll out for the Swan.
Go. Left it. Out. Roll it.
You can hear those commands from Red 1. They're almost robotic and monotone in his delivery, and that's because we fly our formation by ear rather than by eye, which means the pilots on the outside of the formation are putting their input in just a little bit earlier than those on the inside, so the whole formation moves as one rather than the ripple effect down the wing. You now see Reds 8 and 9 move left and right, sitting in just behind Reds 2 and 3. As the team come around to the left, once again we've formed the iconic shape of one of the most iconic aircraft ever in aviation history. The smoke will come on for the Concorde. Just to the left of that centre stem is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, known as Macca. Macca is also in his first year on the team. He formerly flew the AV-8B, which is a Harrier variant, with the United States Marine Corps on exchange before then coming back to the UK. And he is our first pilot to join the team from flying the F-35B Lightning II, where he was based at RAF Marham with 617, the Dambusters Squadron. 11 pilots on the team. We have Reds 1 through 9 displaying for you today. Red 11 is the Officer Commanding Wing Commander Adam Collins, my predecessor as Red 10, and also a former
Tornado GR4 pilot and flew the F-111 on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. The team now coming round to right, they formed a very familiar shape, and on the 20th anniversary of the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team, this is Typhoon.
Up. And roll.
As said, 11 pilots in the team. Red 11 we've already covered. Myself, Red 10. This is my 4th and final year on the team. I'm a former Tornado GR4 pilot. I'm also a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. All the pilots must have a minimum of 1,000 to 1,500 hours and be assessed as above average in the air and have 1 operational tour under their belt before they can even apply to join the team. Those applicants are then whittled down to approximately 9 pilots who then come and spend a week with us for assessment through formal interview, a mock media interview, formal flying test, before those 9 get then whittled down to the final 2 or 3 to join for the next year. Coming in from the front left to celebrate, the Royal Air Force is now operated in the Space and Cyber Command. As they bend around to our right, this is Apollo.
Holding the back.
On the uppermost right-hand side, all the way at the back, is Red 4. Working extremely hard all the way back there because we take all our formation references from Red 1 and not necessarily the aircraft that's on the inside. Red 4 is squadron leader Chris McCann. Chris is in his 2nd year on the team. Once again, he was taken from training and made straight into an instructor on the Tucano at base at RAF Linton-on-Ouse. He then joined the GR4, Tornado GR4 force on operations over Iraq and Afghanistan, where he got an Air Force Cross for his service in Afghanistan. We've now made our way into the big Vixen shape. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the colourful and noisy Big Vixen.
Color on. Go.
The aircraft are flying with their air brakes out. It's quite hard to see at this distance, but it's a small door at the back of the aircraft underneath towards the belly of the back of the aeroplane. And this has twofold effects. It makes the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, thereby it makes a lot more noise. It also produces a hotter engine gas temperature, and it disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane. And that makes the smoke billow a lot more fuller, and it also makes the smoke colours burn a lot more brighter. Of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel, and over 120 of them are the engineers, the suppliers, the logisticians, the administrators, the visual communicators. They are known as the Blues. And there are a number of Blues here today, our public relations tent in the Showground. So please pop along, have a word with them, say hello, find out what their role is on the Red Arrows and what they've been up to in their RAF careers. Reds 8 and 9 back on the rest of the formation for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre. The Red Arrows fly, get your cameras ready, it's tornado time!
Smoke on. Go. And 9. Roll it.
8 and 9 roll go as Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation. But keep your eye on the rest of the formation as Red 1 flies them down the line for that colour change.
Right. No. Oh.
Of course, the Red Arrow is famous for our red, white and blue, and that red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod under the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke, with each of the colours having their own button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training, Red 1 and Red 6 come up with a smoke plan to ensure that we have the right colour at the right time in the display and that we simply do not run out. I mentioned the Blues, and inside those Blues there are 11 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft in between displays when we cannot take the full engineering complement. They are known as Circus. One individual with me today is Circus 10, that's AS1 Ewan Lewis. He's on the front end of the pier, filming the display for safety and debriefing purposes. The team have now joined up into, once again, our Diamond 9. So this is your last opportunity of the show to get our picture of us in our Diamond 9 before we start the second half. And of course, the second half is a lot more fast-paced, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping, more exhilarating part of the show. But once again, from the left, in our world-famous Diamond 9, it's the Red Arrows.
Holding that.
As we go into the second half, we start with the same way we did last year. It became so popular. This is the 5-4 split. As we go into that second half, we're now split into two distinct sections. Off to the left, you've got Reds 1 through 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And off to the right, you've got Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9, known as Hannah, named after squadron leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, the only team leader to lead the team for 4 years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9 and formed our world-famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right for the colourful 5-4 cross.
Colour on, go. Look off, go.
Keep your eye on Enid to your front. That's Reds 1 through to 5. Red 4 slips behind Red 1 as Red 5 falls all the way to the back.
Go.
The smoke comes on.
Number 5. Red.
Number 5, roll go as number 5 rolls around the smoke of Enid in the twister. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Dusty is in his second year on the team. He's originally from Zimbabwe. He flew the Typhoon with 11 Squadron. He was also on the Test and Evaluation Squadron, 41 Squadron, as well as being an instructor on the Operational Conversion Unit, 29 Squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. As Enid leaves to our front right, 45, looking directly to your front, you're looking for the smoke of Hannah. Reds 8 and 9 smoke red and blue, roll around synchro. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah break.
Split.
We have Reds 6 and 8 going off to your left-hand side, Reds 7 and 9 off to your right-hand side. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by synchro leader Red 6, squadron leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his third and final year on the team. He was Red 7 last year, Red 3 on his first year. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he taught weapons and tactical information to the entire Typhoon force. And he also achieved a distinguished flying cross for his service in operations over Iraq and Syria. Each pair now diving down to only 100 feet above the sea. They'll have a closing speed of over 900 miles per hour in the Hannah Pass.
Special. Go.
Reds 8 and 9 go up and over, complete the roller coasters. Reds 8 and 9 now move to the rear. You'll see Reds 6 and 7 pulling hard up now. Pulling up to 6G, reaching a height of over 2.5 to 3,000 feet. As they complete that half horizontal and 60 degrees nose down, they'll roll the correct way up to complete the manoeuvre, called the boomerang. Red 7 now coming in from our left is Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George is in his second year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, having flown with 11 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. He was also a qualified flying instructor on the Tucano before going back to the Typhoon. From the right, you've got Enid as they form an inverted V. You may have seen this manoeuvre before on the distance on the Crowd Right 45. But coming in from the left-hand side, you're looking for Red 9. He'll be travelling at approximately 450 to 500 miles per hour as he completes the Goose.
A little bit right.
Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is in his third year on the team, a former Tornado GR4 pilot and also a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. Look directly to your front now, and if you were here yesterday, let's keep our fingers crossed they get it right today. We're looking for the synchro pair. Get your cameras ready for the world famous synchro heart. Keep your fingers crossed. Yay, they've gone the right way. Give them a massive round of applause. You're looking from the top right, you're looking for Red 8. And as he spears the heart, Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker, an extremely seasoned and experienced aviator. He has flown the Harrier. He's also flown the Typhoon, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. I do make a joke about the heart, but absolutely, let's give the synchro pair and Red 8 a massive round of applause for a wonderful heart in the Bay of Torbay. Keep your eye on Red 6 and Red 7 as they turn back towards the display line for another manoeuvre at 100 feet with that closing speed of over 900 miles per hour. As each aircraft reaches their 100 feet, they'll get to a certain point in the display line before pulling up to complete a barrel roll from 100 feet up to about 300 feet in a manoeuvre called the double rolls.
Go. Okay, on the line. 7.
As the synchro pair leave, look to your left-hand side. You've got Enid running in with Reds 8 and 9 on trail. The smoke comes on, the colour goes on as Reds 8 and 9 roll around them in the corkscrew. The motto of the Red Arrows is ACLAT, which means excellence, and that means every single member of the team, whether they've been on the team for a week or whether they've been on the team for 5-6 years, is striving for excellence in everything that we do. And we like to leave the team hoping and praying that we have left the team in a better place from where we found it. This time you've got Red 6 coming in from the right, Red 7 coming in from the left. You may have seen this manoeuvre in the past. It was called carousel previously. We've added 2 barrel rolls into the manoeuvre. And they'll cross with only 30 metres. That's only 100 feet between each aircraft for the circus. Each aircraft now pulling up to 5-6G, working hard against that G-force, working hard against that G-pants. Once again, passing at the rear of the circles. Not only that, they will now change colour from red to blue, keeping that G on, passing at the front to complete the circus. As synchro go to our rear, look to your front right 45, you're looking for the smoke of Enid.
Up. Pull on. Go. And run.
Once again, that white smoke comes on, the colour smoke comes on as Red 1 barrel rolls Enid around in a barrel roll. leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in the first half of the manoeuvre, called the Serpent. You now see Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 move forwards to sit right the way alongside Red 1. It's an extremely hard formation to fly. Those aircraft now 90 degrees off from Red 1. They're all the pilots looking 90 degrees left and right down their shoulder line at Red 1 whilst pulling up to 3 to 4G. As the smoke comes on for the Tango. And as needed, leave to our front left. You'll have got 6 and 9 running in. Red 7 and 8 from our right hand side. This is the first of our new manoeuvres this year. Red 6 and 9 inverted in the chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 working extremely hard, pushing negative G, trying to prevent all that blood from rushing to their brains, holding that negative G for up to 30 seconds. As Hannah now disappeared to our front, you are now looking to your left-hand side. Once again, you're looking for Enid running in. That's Reds 1 through to 5. The white smoke will come on.
Smoke off, go. Hannah, smoke off, go. 286. 2 and 3. Roll, go.
2 and 3, roll, go. As 2 and 3 roll to the outside.
Go.
Clear, go, as Reds 4 and 5 roll to the outside in one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots to master each year. This is rollbacks.
Complete.
As Enid leaves to our right, look to your front. You're looking for the aircraft of Hannah. For those of you at Show Centre around about the pier, you should be able to see the smoke of 3 aircraft. That's Reds 8 and 9 now rolling smoke, red and blue around Red 6. But if you're at Show Centre, you can count the aircraft. You can see 1, 2, 3 aircraft. But then playing hide and seek is Red 7 in the smoke of Red 6 as they complete Tempest. Once again, 7 and 6 off 6 and 8 to our left, 7 and 9 to our right. The synchro pair will pull up to 1,000 to 1,500 feet, turn back towards the display line for their final manoeuvre of the show. Each aircraft once again will dive down to only 100 feet, have that closing speed of over 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll followed by inverted flight in a manoeuvre called the crossbow.
Go. Roll, go. Good.
As the synchro pair leave left and right, look directly to your front. You can just see the nose lights twinkling in the distance of Enid, joined by Reds 8 and 9. English Riviera Airshow, please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Red one will put his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation, take them back to Exeter Airport. We'll refuel the aeroplane, we'll re-smoke the aeroplanes, and then we have to fly to RAF Brize Norton, get ourselves ready for our final show of the weekend. That's 17:30 at the Midlands Air Festival, just near at Ragley Hall. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, of course you can find us on our Facebook site. We've also got our own Instagram account. If you'd like any more information about the pilots, we've all got our own Instagram account. Follow me, RAF Red 10, you'll find all the rest of the pilots. But as I said, it is my final year as Red 10. It's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to serve the team, and this will be my last time here at the English Riviera Airshow. I really hope you've enjoyed what I've provided. If I don't see you before or any more in the season, please take care of yourselves, take plenty of water, lots of sunscreen, have an enjoyable rest of the day and a safe journey home, and I all hope to see you again in the future. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
And thank you very much indeed. Their outstanding performance, and we wish him the very best of luck. Put your hands together for Red 10. Fabulous, fabulous display. Really, really good news. Well, plenty more coming your way, of course, during the course of the afternoon. We just take a little, very short gap here now whilst we sanitize the airspace. We make sure that everything is clear around for the Red Arrows to make their way back to Brize Norton. And then we recommence in about 4 or 5 minutes' time with some really terrific variation of flying. We've got Richard Goodwin coming up next in that outstanding jet-powered pit special of his. Then the ever-popular Wingwalkers. That'll be followed by Phil Bird, returned into the air display circuit in the Jet Provost, the T5. Slight change in what you may thought have been the programme. The BBMF is slightly delayed. They'll be in the second slot this afternoon. So we conclude this first half before the first break with the Firebirds. Delightful sequenced pairs display flying indeed. And then, of course, the Royal Navy featuring in the second gap, and the third gap, or the third section, I should say, is definitely a wow to stick around for. Finishing up late this afternoon with the mighty Typhoon. Marvellous stuff, and of course that music reminding us that there is a military village just down the far end towards the harbour area there, where you can go and chat to all the military teams that represented during the course of the show, and a good opportunity to chat about their various adventures on operations and of course the skills and training that is on offer throughout the three services. Very warm welcome. If you just joined us, I can't believe you just missed the Red Arrows, but it may well be you were held up. Just make sure you go and pick up a program for the information point. That's right in the middle of the Showground area, just along that little track from the end of the pier. And plenty of opportunities to enjoy yourself throughout the course of the afternoon, around the back with the fun fair. And of course, music on the stage in between the air display sections. Well, just a couple of minutes to go now before we recommence the flying with Richard Goodwin in the pits. He'll be coming in from the right-hand side, so you can keep your eyes peeled up in the clouds there. Cloud base is still pretty good for flying. Don't get too concerned about that. And hopefully no rain-bearing stuff will affect us. Fingers crossed on that one. But it's certainly clear, great visibility, and good to see everybody. A few more boats arriving during the course of the afternoon as well. Just for your own information, you'll hear people refer to various angles in and around the Bay Area. We've got what we call a maritime exclusion zone out there. That's why the boats that are visiting are quite set some way back. And of course, the boys out there for both your safety and the pilots as well, delineating the area in which they can do their aerobatics. And altogether, a big effort, and thanks to all those out there on the ocean, if you're listening in on another channel, for the work you've done over the course of this weekend to keep us all safe. Just a reminder, with that wind blowing, with that in mind, inflatables, if you've got any, please hang on to them, certainly during the course of the flying. They can take off fairly rapidly, so make sure you keep an eye on any of the children playing with those as well. Just looking at the music schedule there for the rest of the afternoon. In the break after this first section of flying, we've got Harry Tabb and Perry Ray on the sound stage. And then at the end of the second section, we've got Emma Pick. And then after the flying finishes later on in the afternoon, AJ and Elliot. And then rounding off the music selection for this fabulous weekend, we've got Harbour. So plan your day accordingly. It would be great, in fact, much easier for you to stick around after the show this afternoon, just to let the traffic die down and enjoy the rest of the facilities and entertainment around the Showground area. So keep an eye out for this little aircraft. It's a biplane. It comes from a long, long family of the Curtiss Pitts design. I can hear the engine already, and he's winding himself up. He'll be doing a few pre-flight checks before actually comes into the display area. The design of this aircraft goes right back to the mid-40s, and really was built specifically for competition aerobatic flying, and has done extremely well over the years. We had many, many famous teams with them here in the 60s, 70s and 80s throughout the country. But this fellow has gone one step ahead, and he's put a pair of jet engines on the side of it, and you'll hear them whining away during the course of his display. So running in from the right-hand side, he'll be coming in his traditional fashion, which is never straight and level, but this time literally on his side with a knife edge pass. Kicking that smoke very shortly. And there you go, you hear him winding up the engine. Got a massive amount of power on this particular aircraft. Here he comes now. Please welcome Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. And there you hear that additional sound there. Yes, that's those two little Lynx jet turbines right on the side of the fuselage. Up at the forward end, if you've got your binos or long-range cameras, lenses there, you'll be able to see them. And his speciality during the course of this is not just the most extraordinary aerobatic profile that you will see in the next few minutes, but his ability to hover in the sky. Curtiss Pitts began the design of the Special back in 1942 in Jacksonville, Florida. Just powered in those days by a small 90 horsepower Franklin engine, and how different it has developed over the last 80 years or so. Quite extraordinary. Originally home built, in fact the majority of them still are. But by 1962, the standard engine had been beefed up to 180 horsepower, and a symmetrical airfoil was added to make inverted flight characteristics similar to normal upright flight characteristics. A consummate performer at so many air shows, literally all over the world, dominating aerobatic competitions for many, many years before the advent of the extras, the Edge and the XA series of aircraft that you will have seen featured in the likes of the Red Bull Air Race. A bit more of that later on when you see Melanie Astles this afternoon. But let's concentrate back on this particular aircraft. Remarkable series of power supplies. You'll get, first of all, the main powerhouse on the front end there, the Lycoming 540. And then, as I mentioned, just on each side, the two Lynx jet turbines, and giving you a total thrust, would you believe, of 1,640 pounds. That, of course, equals pretty much the weight of the aircraft, hence his ability to literally stand the aircraft on its tail and just hover there until the fuel runs out. Going through a whole series of different maneuvers familiar to the aerobatic fans amongst you. Barely ever staying straight and level, always putting in a whole series of flick rolls, barrel rolls, looping maneuvers, and the more advanced Lomtravacs and Roulards. Sounds more like a dinner party, doesn't it? But it is exceptional. And here we go. Great example now of how he just hovered there. He actually went straight into a pinwheel. Started off with a normal stall turn there, but just letting the airspeed bleed away until literally the weight of the nose, the front end of the engine, just takes over. Putting in snap rolls whenever he can as well, just for a bit of variety. He's got DNA of aviation right through his family. His father was a well-known Royal Air Force Hunter display pilot, and Richard went on to fly the Tornado himself during his years in the Royal Air Force, before then progressing on to airline flying. But actually spends most of his time in the workshop up at Gloucester Staverton Airfield, where he has personally put this aircraft together. This particular aircraft's been built from scratch, and it took him pretty much 4 years. Based initially on the original Pitts S2S fuselage, but incorporating a whole range of different modifications. And there, another example of how he's literally just hovering, a little bit of wind drift and just a slight bit of nose forward just to keep him moving across the crowd area, but easily holding it in the sky with all the available power that he has. You might recall his previous aircraft, the Union Jack coloured G-Whiz, still occasionally used around the circuit. One major difference with this aircraft, the wing design really is quite unique. It's got massive ailerons and a lot more wing area, giving it a huge roll rate, and also really, really good slow speed handling, or in this case, no speed handling. A little bit of gyroscopic effect there as he's literally holding it on those 3 thrust devices, the engine and the 2 little mini jets. Referring to this as his muscle biplane, specially configured and modified to provide spectacular aerial entertainment like this. But you can't buy this off the shelf. It's had this extensive modification program. The heart of that being the 8.5 litre Lycoming 540 engine. A massive smoke screen, all environmentally friendly, of course. Most of the smoke that you see throughout air displays these days is a form of baby oil. But also on this one, the normal gear has been replaced with new mounts and titanium sprung legs and a new carbon cowling as well, which just helps reduce the weight and profile of the aircraft. It's got a modified rudder as well. Looks great, feels great, and I can assure you, he really explores the envelope in this aircraft. So this has become his new trade craft, hovering like a Harrier. Just letting it fall out of that. And using now, he'll use all the height that he develops during the course of the display, converts that into speed and energy, giving him a huge amount of additional extra thrust, so to speak, to get him back into climbing vertical maneuvers. Very, very distinctive sound when he kicks in the jet engines. Of course, it's quite complex in the cockpit. They've got different fuel systems, different leverage, different connections. So his hands are pretty busy, whilst of course also exerting a lot of G-forces, both positive and negative, on his body. It was a lady called Betty Skelton, actually, who decades ago, in the mid-40s, really helped this aircraft achieve the great fame that it has around the world. She called her Pitts a little stinker. That's partly to do with the motives and logos that Curtis Pitts used to put onto the aircraft himself. That one's, if you're ever over in Washington, there's an extra hangar from the Smithsonian up at Dulles Airport, and her aircraft is suitably hanging upside down over there. Just hesitating in his rolls now. And just see how cleanly the aircraft flies. Pushing against himself, that's really, really tricky, unpleasant to experience negative G or the blood rushing to your head. Not a lot you can do about it. On the positive side, there are things you can do in terms of restraining measures, but nonetheless, unlike the Jet Boys, Richard does not wear a G-suit. Using those jets in this case there to drive it up at a very high angle of attack, way above the normal climb angle of an average pit special, and then just keeping that power on and just letting it hover. It's quite extraordinary maneuver to see a normal aircraft doing that. Descending now for his final pass. even if it's in his knife edge, he'll take a little peek through the cockpit. We'll get you to do a bit of waving. But deciding to accelerate, climb to the skies, and this time departing off the top. I think he secretly wants to be a Typhoon pilot. Fantastic stuff. So he just reported there, he got to 3,000 feet, which is fantastic. Brilliant, he did that at a pretty good rate of climb as well. So that's Richard Goodwin complete. Next up, we've got the Wingwalkers. So taking both weight and design a little bit higher, we're moving on to a pair of Stearmans very shortly. And I think most people will know of this team in the past. If you're a fan of air displays, and we've had the Ginos, the Crunches, the Breitling, of course, now in their own livery as Aerosuperbatics. Same aircraft coming out of the same stable. It's been operating for 40 years now. And that is Vic Norman's outfit in Royal Air Force Renkham, an old First World War airfield. Look up high on your left-hand side now, and you'll see these two beautiful aircraft. And look even closer. And as he dives down, and that's the voice of Dave Barrell in the background you can hear in my little cockpit here. Keep an eye on the top of those wings for Kirsten and Emma, who are literally now facing winds of 150 miles an hour as they pull up, pulling that G-force, hanging upside down on the top of the wing, going through a loop. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Wingwalkers. Yes, they are truly the magnificent men in their flying machines, and they're just having a whale of a time up there. Yeah, we're going back to predominantly the sort of mid-war years, the age of the barnstormers, daredevil acts, stunt flying. And yeah, it was an extraordinary story at how it all began, but just keep your eyes peeled as they, Brian Corns there, tucks in neatly under Dave Barrell's aircraft. And the girls using a very choreographed and well-trained routine, and just using little hand signals which you won't be able to see from down here, and that is how they get through that, because of course they cannot communicate and they have to put all their faith and trust into the pilots and just take the ride. Yes, taking all the perhaps passion and glory, but also these days a lot less dangerous than it was back in the 1920s. Diving down now, let's just drop into the cockpit. Go! And there's Dave. Fantastic stuff. Brilliant photographic display team this as well, with beautifully coloured aircraft. These Stearmans, not your average Stearman, however, they've been uprated with the addition of the Pratt & Whitney 985 engine. That's 450 horsepower, and You'll hear the tips on that go almost supersonic when you hear that roar. They've also got an extra pair of ailerons, which just helps with the maneuverability, but the power required, because of course with somebody on the top of your wing, there's a lot of extra drag there as well. Great training aircraft though, very, very popular in the 20s and 30s, literally trained thousands of pilots before the Second World War, and now a very popular touring and display aircraft. Open cockpits, of course, for the guys. Here we go, smoke coming back on again. Once again, this all environmentally friendly baby oil. But going back, it's a long, long time now, almost 100 years or so. An extraordinary guy called Ormer Locklear was the man that started the craze, because he had a bit of trouble with an aircraft once, and he went to, literally while he was going along, moved out onto the wing to try and fix the issue, and that led him to the various antics of flying alongside another aircraft and jumping from one to another. Talking of which, take a look at Tom Cruise in the latest Mission Impossible. Yeah, that was all actual filming, by the way, using these not these particular aircraft, but same time. Not something I would recommend anybody to do, but these guys, well rehearsed. The girls do have a steel safety strap on board, so you don't need to worry too much about them, but of course they can't actually talk to the pilots, so the pilots themselves have to use hand signals if necessary to change technique. But during the course of it, they'll continue this, and then at the end of the show, the girls will unstrip and go through a couple of different maneuvers whilst out of their harnesses. First Lady Wingwalker had an extraordinary name of Ethel Dare, and alongside Ormer Locklear, they perfected the art of wingwalking entertainment, whilst the rest of the barnstormers were merely taking all these surplus aircraft around the countryside, dropping into farms and villages and just taking people for a joyride. Now, when they come back in a little bit closer, do give them a wave. He'll be climbing up this time. He'll be coming back in for a little pairs routine. But the girls will do their best. They'll be looking at you and waving at you, so do join in the fun. So once again, using that little climb there to give themselves a bit more height and speed. So we'll tune in, find out they're going to be diving down, picking up a bit more speed for the next one. 150 mile an hour or so winds in their faces. Let's tune in. And what a wonderful sight that is. Girls upside down there, experiencing the most extraordinary weightlessness at the top of that roll. And then back on for a bit more positive G, feeling a lot more comfortable whilst hanging on up there. Now, of course, it's not an easy job to do, and it's very competitive, actually. Occasionally you'll see an ad for wingwalkers, and I can assure you there are a lot of girls who would love to do this, but both Kirsten and Emma have both been in either the circus or in ballet, acrobatics. Kirsten was a trapeze artist for many years, so together the pair of them are natural, and of course they're quite tiny as well, so the loading on the wing is not too excessive, but this is something you can all do. If you want to have a go at wing walking, just go to Aerosuperbatics.com. It's a great treat for a birthday or a celebration, whatever, and it's also a fabulous place to visit. Renkham is just up the dual carriageway from Cirencester in Gloucestershire, and it's a wonderful day out if that's what you're thinking of doing as a special treat. So keep an eye now on the manoeuvring that the girls will be going through on the top of the wing. And there, come on everybody, left to, or right to left as they go towards Torquay. Give them a huge wave. You can see the girls giving you a wave as well. Brilliant, brilliant stuff indeed. Hanging on to the top of the wing. They'll be bouncing around. I was chatting to them first thing this morning, and yesterday was even bumpier than this. They'll be doing a couple of passes like this, different positions. The girls go from the forward edge of the wing to the rear edge, and then eventually, before they head off back home, they drop down into the cockpit. So this is one of the positions the girls absolutely love. This is their wind rider. And just look how close Brian is, tucked in underneath Dave's aircraft. The girls just literally pointing out into that very bumpy, windy and cool airstream today. And bringing all that romance and adventure, excitement and of course a great deal of fun, but all very, very well planned, choreographed, and I can assure you hours and hours of training goes into a display like this. Wonderfully tough, robust, reliable aircraft and engines. And great that they've done so much to keep the spirit of the 20s and 30s in the air. This time the girls just adjusted their position in a slightly, they've got 1 foot literally on the cockpit head, just right in front of their pilots. And you can probably just pick up David's commands in the background there. They have to be very clear. It sounds loud, of course, because open cockpits are very, very difficult to monitor any sound whilst you've got the wind battering around your head, as they have. Now, first thing this morning, I was chatting to them and they said, we want to try something new today. And he said, the girls are just going to try one more position towards the leading edge of the wings, and we'll just see what in actual fact they've decided to do. It much depends on the turbulence and the bumpiness. But anyway, whatever you got, from left to right, let's give them a fantastic English Riviera Mexican wave as they go down the beach there. You've been watching the Wingwalkers, and they are truly working very hard to entertain you this afternoon. Absolutely superb. What a great sight that is. Well done, those girls, literally hanging on to the sides there. And on this turn, the girls will clamber in. Remember, they are on that little strop, so very safe, and they'll be tucking themselves in now for their departure. On the end of this one, they'll be going all the way back home to Renkham in Gloucestershire. So last chance to give them a wave off. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wonderful, wonderful display here. Dave Barrell, Brian Corns, Kirsten and Emma, the Aerosuperbatics Wingwalkers. Yeah, delightful stuff. Well done. Ever, ever popular. Doesn't matter what branding they've got. They're just very, very consistent entertainment. A wonderful bunch of people as well. Okay, just a short gap now. We've just got to reset to make sure everybody else is ready to come in, because we're going back into the proper jet world. So in many ways, the aircraft we're going to see next is equally historic, although it is amongst the second generation of jet fighters that graced the Royal Air Force for many, many years. The Jet Provost family takes its history way back to the early 1950s, when Hunting Percival was asked to develop a basic trainer out of the previous aircraft, and the first prototype of this series of aircraft, although not this particular mark, began in June 1954. Became a staple of the Royal Air Force training system for many decades, through to the early 90s, in fact, on a whole range of marks. And we're seeing pretty much the top end of this particular genre of aircraft, and the guise of a T5. T5 more advanced, came in a little later on, of course. The Mark III was very much the mainstay of the Air Force training system before the Tucano arrived in the early 90s. But it was quickly upgraded and uprated, fitted with a Viper engine, and then pressurized with a slightly larger canopy in the Mark V version, which was used for advanced jet training before going on to the Hawk at Valley. This particular aircraft, 324, was actually built as the 38th Mark V Jet Provost. Entered service in 1970 with 3 FTS at RAF Leeming, and used for basic pilot training, but also by the school's aerobatics team, the Gemini pair, during 1973. In those days, of course, the Air Force had quite a few display teams, all amongst the various schools and jet squadrons around the globe. It was transferred to 1 FTS at Linton-on-Ouse, where, amongst many other people, I trained myself. And then latterly transferred yet again to 6 Flying Training School at RAF Finningley, where it was used for both navigation and low-level air defense training tasks. But like so many of the vintage and aging jets you will see, they lingered in various guises, very often as gate cars, before becoming here today in the guise and ownership, or half ownership I should say, of Jeff Bell, and flown today by Phil Bird. Phil Bird, no stranger to the air display market. He displayed many times, got a lengthy history as well. Classic Viper sound for those of you that are into various noises of jets. This one a very, very distinctive sound. This got a Viper 202 engine with it, top speed of 420 knots. Could pull around 5.5 G and minus 3.5. Not massive endurance at low level, where much of the work took place, of course, about 1.5 hours. But at high altitude, it has had a decent 3 hours endurance with it. Phil Bird actually got his pilot's license before he got his driver's license. He started with the Air Force on their flying scholarship scheme and then carried out additional elementary training whilst he was a student at Manchester studying economics. Eventually joined the RAF proper in 2002. He trained himself on the Jet Provost family, flying these marks of aircraft at various times. And of course, essentially, though, the Tucano had replaced it and spent most of his time on that particular aircraft. He then moved on to the Hawk at Valley, the tactical phase, so also was lucky enough to get across to Cold Lake at the NATO school there with the Canadian Air Force, and his first operational tour was then on the Tornado F3. Meanwhile, a few years back, Jeff had got a new co-owner to help maintain this aircraft, and I understand they're now investing in which was essentially the top of the range, the Strike Master aircraft. And with any luck, we'll hopefully see the pair of them flying together at some stage in the next few years. Many people got involved in returning this one to the sky after an explosive tyre delamination back in 2020. And after a series of structural repairs, managed to get this back into the air again, including a new left wing, flying again back in just a couple of years ago in 2023. Back in the cockpit, Phil, after his Tornado tour, went on to become a QFI, concentrating mainly on the tactical weapons phase with 19 Squadron, at the same time also becoming a display pilot. Went on to the Typhoon with 11 Squadron and then 6 Squadron, operated in the Falkland Islands, and of course on QRA activities as well, and flew over 60 combat missions in Iraq and Syria in support of Operation Shader. Jumped ship, like so many of them, to fly the A330 and 350 with Virgin, and now back on the display circuit in his spare time. So Phil there, just signing off. Very elegant display showing us the prowess, and you'll notice when you compare this generation of jets against things like the Typhoon, of course a different genre, this was a training aircraft, a Typhoon, but the small amount of space that modern jet aircraft actually take up compared with the earlier generations. So a short break, and then we will come to the end of this first section of 3 different sections this afternoon. A slight change to the program. As I mentioned earlier, the BBMF slightly delayed. We're going to put them on at the end of the next section, and coming on instead a little bit earlier, we got the marvelous Firebirds. And if you were here Friday night, they are the same people that and the same aircraft you would have seen with the neon lights and the fireworks on their wings. An absolutely beautiful and sublime display they put on for us as well on Friday night. Couldn't have been more perfect for them. But in the hands of Nigel Reed and John Dodd, a change to your program. In the program, it reflects the earlier team, same aircraft, different pilots, who actually sold the aircraft to John and Nigel. And they just merely rebranded from the Fireflies to the Firebirds. So I hear them checking in. They'll be with us very shortly. They're not easy to spot, quite small. And they're a version of the massive RV family of home-built kit aircraft, the RVs, these two being RV4s, We'll mention that again later on in the afternoon when we see Team Raven, who'll be flying RV8s. The whole series of aircraft, the most successful range of home-built aircraft in the world by a very, very long way. Around 45, 46 years of experience now in that company, and well in excess of 10,000 around the world. Well, don't worry, they are coming. I can hear them chatting away. They have been cleared to display. So just another minute or so, and we'll get them in the air. A blend of really delightful and very professionally flown pairs display work. It's always, I think, satisfying to see pairs display work. It's wonderful, lovely shapes they will carve through the sky. Just a quick reminder to make sure you keep hold of all your belongings, and if you do see anything remotely suspicious, just of course speak to any of the friendly staff, crews, stewards, or the police around the site. They'll help you out. And keep a careful eye on the children as well. If you haven't got a wristband yet, you can pick them up at the information point. So, running in now from the centre, please welcome the Firebirds. Two aircraft in the hands of its previous owners were imported from America. That was just about 10 years ago from now. Lots of hard work, and they became very popular as well. They've got 160 horsepower Lycoming engines, pitch-fixed propellers, and they're set in a tandem configuration. That's essentially just like a fighter aircraft, one behind the other. Nice thing is they've got dual controls in the rear as well, but they're very versatile aircraft, great speed range, anything between 50 and 200 miles an hour, and relatively short takeoff and landing capability as well, just 300 meters or so. So great touring aircraft, plenty of room for luggage, fairly spacious, comfortable cockpit, but also at the same time capable of pulling plus 6G and minus 3. So once again, these aircraft modified as air show performers, just like all the others. At night, you can see their wingtip pyrotechnics and LED lights on the fuselage, but daytime you'll just see the smoke. Once again, all environmentally friendly stuff. And lovely example of, as I mentioned earlier, synchronized flying. Very, very eloquently well flown. Nigel Reid, he's got a great aviation background. His father introducing him to fly the family Tiger Moth. Brought up down near Poole and joining the local ATC squadron. Started on gliding. By the way, that is a great way, if your children are interested in flying, give them a chance to go for an experienced flight in a glider first of all. It's a much cheaper way to do it. And if you can fly an aircraft without an engine, you can certainly fly with one. Nigel went on to the air experience flights, first of all, as a young cadet flying the Chipmunk. And whilst doing 3 paper rounds a day to save a lot of up some money for fuel and instructor fees, he eventually got his private pilot's license. Joined the RAF straight from school and went on to the Jet Provost that we just saw a few moments ago. So as they pitch up, they'll be pulling positive G, and as they go negative, but the only problem is that you can't do that for too long if you don't have the right fuel systems. So they try to maintain a positive G condition, if at all possible, when not straight and level, of course. And there, John Dodd behind, literally measuring each little turn, a little twist coming into the air. and very calmly braking into two separate positions. This is where the smoke comes in very handy because these are not easy aircraft to see, and so the smoke is not there just entirely for your entertainment, but also for the pilot's safety as well. As they turn back, they currently can't see each other, but when they come back out of these particular maneuvers, they'll then check in with each other that they're both back visual again. There we go. Coming in for another crossover. Great photographic opportunities coming up through all these displays.
Turning out up now.
Very calm, clear directions, as always. So they're just making a bit of an adjustment while they're doing this. In the other aircraft, John Dodd they're both delightful guys, these two. John grew up in Scotland, spent much of his time playing around with model aircraft, first of all, before joining the Air Training Corps. Studied in Dundee University and flew the 152s as part of that flying club they had there. But actually started his career not in the cockpit, but as a research scientist for the MOD at the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough. And it was there that he started flying Chipmunks, Tiger Moths and other aircraft, and also had the chance to fly in the Royal Air Force Douglas DC-3 as well. But he went on to fly parachutists, and also as a result of that flew the Britten-Norman Turbine Islanders for 2 years, before then completing his commercial pilot's license. Initially flying with the Scottish Fisheries Protection Agency before moving on to the 737, and now with British Airways since 2012. Always had a passion for aging aircraft though, particularly the fleet was at Air Atlantic many years ago, the Rapide and the DC-3, but also flew a lot of classic jets, initially the Jet Provost and then the Vampire and Venom as well. So they're just almost weightless, not totally speedless. They come over, once you do at the top of the loop, you cock your head back so you can actually see the horizon behind you to ensure your wings are level before then coming out on the other side of the loop. In this maneuver, they're just putting in a 180-degree turn. We call it a half Cuban. This time, they've just put it in a bit of a twist, I think, unless they're going through a full loop. No, lovely. Actually, that one worked out very well. But yeah, there's the twist as they go back out to sea. Positioning for their final maneuver, which you'll see them running in. I'm pretty sure it's going to be their heart and a great opportunity to wish your best to your partners, family, whoever you're with here today enjoying, and the sun's coming out just on cue as well. I think this is shaping up to be a great afternoon. So here you go, final manoeuvre from the Firebirds, the Heart. And that concludes the first phase of today's flying. We're now going to take a short break for around about 30 minutes. So once you back here, please, on parade, around about 5 minutes to 2 o'clock, where we'll be getting involved with the history and the modern days of the Royal Navy. So good chance to top up your teas and coffees, sandwiches, whatever you happen to be. Maybe nip over to the music stage as well and find out what's going on across there. And enjoy the entertainment on the village green. If you've just joined us, do pick up a program and you just go along to the information point, where you'll also be able to pick up a child's wristband to ensure you've got your number on to avoid any issues trying to find everybody later in the afternoon. There is, of course, assistance available for lost children via the information point, but if you can prepare for that in advance, it'd be so much better. And but the staff here, if you have any issues whatsoever, will do their best to help you reunite your families. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just an important message regarding found, lost individuals, children, parents, whatever they may be. The the point to aim for is literally at the end of the pier itself, pier approach, where you are able to reunite using the staff around the site as well. Please, they're here to help you, but the place to pick up your wristband is at the information point. So do get your wristbands if you haven't, and if you are having any trouble whatsoever, please make your way to the Lost and Found and at the pier approach. Thank you very much. Well, just a few minutes now before we recommence the flying. If you can hear me out there, then good chance just to finish up what you're doing on the showground, maybe picking up some more teas and coffees and sandwiches, make your way back to the seafront. For round 2 of the air display, we're featuring, first of all, quite a long section from the Royal Navy. Be featuring both the Black Cats and a real treat for you today, the wonderful swordfish. That'll be followed up by Melanie Astles in her rip-roaring aerobatic display in the Extra 330 SC. The solo Spitfire, very, very special Spitfire, not connected with the BBMF, who will then be following after that. So just a few minutes to go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look out to the half left-hand side, just over the little rocks there off the coast of Torquay. And you'll see 2 aircraft approaching the display area from the left-hand side. These are 2 extraordinary machines from the Royal Navy stable of activity. Well, one from the front line, absolutely current operations. That's the Wildcat, you can see, the helicopter on the right-hand side as you look at it over there. And on the left, going way back to the 1930s, one of the most famous aircraft of the wartime era, the Swordfish. Yes, that's the original sound of the call to flying stations from the Royal Navy. And we're going to treat you now to a really wonderful moment. We're going to have 3 or 4 passes of this quite unique formation, just to keep you focused and on both the modern and history of the Royal Navy. The Swordfish is supported by Navy Wings, what was the charity that many years supported the Royal Navy's aviation heritage, and now forms part of the Navy Wings Heritage Flight. Please welcome what we're going to call today the Taranto formation. So we get a couple of passes from the pair here, and then they're split into two individual displays. The Navy Wings Heritage Flight has taken on the role of preserving and flying many historic naval aircraft, aiming initially to inspire future generations to remember the service and sacrifice of those involved with naval flying, but also promote a deeper understanding of the importance of the Royal Naval Air Service and the Fleet Air Arm in the history of our country. It's funded entirely by public donations, and the charity very much seeks your support as well in keeping these historic aircraft flying. But alongside it, right at the sharp end, you'll be familiar with the Black Cats, a Lynx pair that formed back in 2001, represented here today by the single Wildcat. More about that in a few minutes' time. What's extraordinary is that many of the roles that these aircraft carry out have remained very similar for decades in military activity. Spotting, seeking out enemy positions, and then engaging them with an attack or strike capability. None of the modern day sensors, of course, on the old string bag. Today's pilots aided by a huge array of different sensors and a vast amount of data to inform them of threats and activities around the battle space. The Swordfish, and originally known as the TSR-1, the Torpedo Spotter Reconnaissance Aircraft, first flew in 1934, taken into service by the Royal Navy in 1936 as the Swordfish Mark I. Extraordinary that it stagged on for so long in many ways, as by the start of World War II, the technology in that aircraft had moved on and was regarded as obsolete. But the large number already in service and available were put to good use. Good photo opportunity coming along now before this pair split into their individual displays. And what a graceful, graceful break that was. Absolutely delightful, very sedate flying indeed. Swordfish earned its name as the string bag because, like the shopping bags of the day, it could accommodate pretty much anything on board. It could carry a 1,600-pound torpedo or a variety of depth charges, bombs, mines, rockets, or flares. Most magnificent sights in the hands today of Glenn Allison. And on board behind him is Tim Taylor. More about those two again in a few minutes' time. Despite the Pegasus engine being the cutting edge of technology back in 1934, it only managed to propel the Fish at a stately 90 knots cruise when lightly laden, but much slower 82 knots when it had a torpedo underneath. But it was, in its day, a very reliable engine. Crew of 3 in open cockpits, not offered too much comfort, no heater, and the fabric covering and the open cockpits affording little shelter from the cold and rain. Talk to its crew, however, and you'll discover it was a very pleasant aircraft to fly and remarkably maneuverable for what looks like quite a lumberingly large aircraft. Very often, however, it can catch enemy weaponry out if you're flying very, very slow. It's very hard to track aircraft. As with most naval aircraft, the wings fold to minimize the room taken up in a ship's hangar. And the undercarriage was designed to definitely absorb a very firm arrival on a heaving flight deck of a ship at sea. Also had an arrestor hook to ensure that it didn't go all the way to the other end. And some swordfish were even fitted with a series of rockets that were used to boost the aircraft to take off speed at a very, very short distance. The observer, navigating from the center cockpit, used a stopwatch, compass, and a considerable amount of intuition, whilst the telegraphist air gunner sat facing aft in the rear cockpit and operated the high-frequency radio set and the rearward-facing .303 Lewis gun. What a different era that was. Now, we mentioned this was Toronto formation, and if you don't know your Navy history, that takes you back to November 1940, when 21 swordfish effectively stopped the Italian battle fleet taking any aggressive part in World War II, and which also proved the blueprint for Pearl Harbor. That famous chase after the very fast and dangerous battleship Bismarck ended when a swordfish put a torpedo right through the steering gear, and the home fleet were able to sink her with gunfire. On another occasion, 6 swordfish attempted to stop the Prince Eugen, the Scharnhorst, and the Nieslau from moving up the English Channel from Brest to Wilhelmshaven in what became known as the Channel Dash. Those ships were heavily defended by destroyers, E-boats, and a huge armada, and all 6 swordfish were shot down. The bravery of those crews in that particular operation, however, were very appropriately earned high praise from their commanding officer, and Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond himself was posthumously awarded the VC, one of only 2 awards to the Fleet Air Arm during the course of World War II. To come by on this pass very sedately, very slowly, do give the crew a wave. They will appreciate it. I know they can see you very, very clearly. And this is just, I think, always a very special moment, particularly when you see it in the maritime environment. Getting a feel for what it must have been like. Can you imagine going into battle in such a slow, lumbering aircraft as this? But they definitely made their mark and achieved great success. It played a key part in protecting the Atlantic convoys. And that, of course, ensured that the war material we needed for survival and to wage the war on the enemy was clear to get across from North America. And at a time when the convoys of ships were being savaged by the enemy submarine packs. Many different vessels were used to host them. Naval aircraft carriers, escort carriers, merchant hulls modified with a dedicated aircraft deck. Simple, cheap, and relatively small, and they could carry a mix of swordfish and fighters. Also carrying them were the merchant aircraft carriers, working oilers or grain ships with a flat deck welded above the hull. Massive amount of ingenuity. And it was their low handling speed which enabled them to operate from such small decks, whilst at the same time still boasting an incredible 4-hour endurance. With constant daylight air cover from these aircraft, the submarines were kept below the surface where they were unable to move at more than 7 knots, rendering them effective. And the Swordfish fleet managed to sink 21 submarines over the course of the war, mostly while escorting convoys to North Russia, and responsible for the highest tonnage of any enemy shipping sunk by any enemy aircraft. And there he is, Glenn Allison at the controls, with his teammates, Tim Taylor in the back there, giving you a lovely Heritage Navy wave off. Absolute treat and a delight to see these aircraft. Marvelous stuff. Well, as the venerable Swordfish makes its way back up the coastline to Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton, the modern fleet prepares itself. If you look right out to sea, right in the middle of the picture you've got in front of you, you'll see a little dot in the distance there, and that is Black One. The Black Cats as a pair have been a very popular feature in the air display market for many, many years, and continue to do so now. Sadly, their operational commitments doesn't always allow two aircraft to be present. Initially known as the Lynx pair, they had great support both from the Royal Navy and the manufacturers of the old Lynx, Leonardo, and adopted those named the Black Cats. Pulling up here now, Tom Pethick and Gaz McCull, about to put the Wildcat through its paces. The term Black Cats is derived from the Lynx Wildcat emblem of 702 Naval Air Squadron, but it's also the Navy slang for black catting, which is all about getting one over on your mate, so doing something better than somebody else. The parent squadron is 825 Naval Air Squadron and is part of the Wildcat Maritime Force based at Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton in Somerset. They're actually responsible for training all the Wildcat pilots and observers and looking after the flights on board the Royal Naval frigates and destroyers around the world. The Maritime Force itself comprises of 825 and 815 Naval Air Squadron. And of course that is the unusual thing about Royal Naval operations for the Fleet Air Arm. Frequently operating on heaving rolling decks, thousands and thousands of miles from home. And whilst modern pilots get used to flying back to the airfield they took off from, it's not always the case with the Royal Navy when their ship decides to move somewhere else, and it's quite possible they may well land on somebody else's ship instead. It's a combat helicopter, of course, based initially on the Augusta Westland 159, a new generation packed with cutting-edge sensors and mission equipment. It's able to carry two different types of missiles, able to deliver a mixed weapons effect. Martlet is a laser-guided rocket system from Thales, and Sea Venom is a guided anti-shipping missile produced by MBDA. And together with the aircraft sensor suite, provides a very potent maritime strike capability. Showing off its handling characteristics now, Tom and Gaz putting it through a 270-degree turn there. You see the fixed wheel undercarriage. That enables easy movement around the deck. And you'll be able to see the various protrusions there with the radar sensors, datas, communications, antennae. So up front, Tom, he joined the Royal Navy in 2010 as a direct entry pilot. Completion of flying training, he went on to fly the Wildcats and is deployed on many occasions to the Middle East in the key roles of maritime security and counter-narcotics operations, but also trained as a maritime counter-terrorism and interdiction pilot, spending 2 years with the maritime terrorism forces. In the other seat, Gaz, he's served in the Navy for over 25 years, well known on the air display circuit as well. He was part of the Lynx pair many years back. One of the most experienced pilots in the Maritime Force. Initially qualified on the Lynx, also flew the Gazelle, and then converted to Wildcat. Completed multiple tours as a frontline flight commander and instructor, and also several other Black Cat seasons as well. So not just training aircrew, but he's also training air display pilots at the same time. They're both pilot instructors on the Operational Conversion Unit, training the next generation of Wildcat aircrew in the art of maritime strike. Rearwards transition here and a nod to the crowd. They're just coming towards the end of their display. And off they fly after their over-shoulder departure back out into the Ogin, which they love. They very much asked me to thank you for all the support they continue to get, and look forward very much to a really full season, particularly as a pair when we can get to see them again. But of course they're backed up by a vast supporting network of engineers and ground staff back at their base in Yeovilton. Giving up their time at weekends to show you what in many ways you've paid for yourselves. It is of course taxpayers' money, and that investment is about to increase, I think, with the announcement tomorrow of the latest Defence Strategic Review. But here, this particular team concentrating essentially on promoting the ongoing work of the Royal Navy and the Fleet Air Arm, global, modern and ready. Very manoeuvrable and capable machine. Of course, in today's modern military, flying the aircraft, whatever it may be, is just one set of skills which are embedded in with you as you go through training. And what is really the cutting edge is the ability, of course, to fight the aircraft. And that is making maximum use of all the sensors, information, data, and then, of course, putting the weapons you have on board to the very best effect you can. As they disappear off now into the distance for a no doubt well-earned tea break. They'll be making their way back up the coast to Yeovilton. And we wish them all the best for the rest of the year. I hear the next aircraft already checking in with us. That's, of course, Melanie Astles, who gave a stunning performance yesterday. A hugely talented individual, and right at the forefront also of promoting women in aviation, as she is, which is a terrific pleasure to have her here this weekend. Flying one of the very best aerobatic aircraft we have in the Extra 330 SC. And I make it about 2 minutes or so for her to run into this. So we'll let you know as soon as she is ready. And here we have her, just going through her preliminary warm-up phase where she just checks the performance of the aircraft. That she's happy, no loose articles and things like that in the cockpit. And then she'll just stabilize that for a few moments, check her positioning around the display line itself, and get ready for what is going to be an absolutely tremendous show. If you weren't around yesterday, I can assure you, you can expect a really, really dynamic bag of maneuvers, just as you're seeing here, and this is just literally Melanie warming up. Got an extraordinary record, having only really taken up flying at the age of 21, but rapidly developed a real passion and interest in aerobatic flying, becoming the French champion 3 years in a row, moving on through the ranks of unlimited aerobatics, joining the Red Bull Air Race Challenger level, and then going on to feature on the podium there as well. The first and still the only female contestant in the Red Bull series of challenges. You can see a high-powered energy, passion in the flying that she is now undertaking. Really dynamic, totally engrossing and mesmerizing, going through all sorts of physical pressures in the cockpit as well. Flying today the Extra 330 SC. It's a really amazing aircraft out of the famous stable of Walter Extra, of course, who, as a retired aerobatic pilot back in the 1980s, designed a competitive level aerobatic monoplane aircraft, and evolving now into this even higher performance single-seat version. German designed and built by him. One of only 50 or so manufactured, got even better performance than the more common two-seat variant, not least mainly due to the consequent saving in weight. Built specifically for unlimited aerobatics, and when you get to that standard, you can't really exceed that. You pretty much have a ticket to fill the box, as they say in competitive jargon, with a series of maneuvers which, under display regulations, we use the display area, and she can put into that. So all the maneuvers that you see, a whole mixture of flick rolls, spins, turns, roulades, lomjevacs, pinwheels, stall turns, and now here just taking literally a flat descent. And what's really was remarkable, what stood out yesterday, was a lot of her slow speed handling. Easily withstanding up to 10 G, which your body really can't go beyond, but the aircraft certainly can. It's unbelievably strong aircraft, this, constructed from steel tubing, carbon fiber, wood, and a carbon Kevlar wing skin. The combination of these high-tech materials combined with its weight-saving configuration gives it absolutely stunning performance, with roll rates exceeding 420 degrees per second and speeds varying from 260 miles an hour to pretty much zero or even backwards. Actually born in England, but moved to the south of France at the age of 3 and holds both dual French and British nationalities. She studied down in the south of France and was at Monaco for a few years in college there. But didn't go into aviation initially, working at various odd jobs before then really getting her passion going at the age of 21, getting her very first private pilot's license. Having been offered the opportunity to learn aerobatics, she took that up immediately, and won her first French aerobatic championship title in 2007. She became part of the French Unlimited Aerobatics team in 2015, and she ranks at least within the top 5 of female pilots in the entire world at the very highest level of aerobatic as she completes that knife edge pass. The world changed, however, and so did the Red Bull Air Race with her position as a challenger in 2016, and achieved 4 podium finishes and a first place in Indianapolis in 2017. Also set the fastest time in 2018, but having exceeded, would you believe, 10G, and that is pretty unbearable. She got a penalty and was replaced into 4th position. Her perseverance and determination, therefore, now featuring in her own campaign with Elevate Her to inspire and attract more female pilots, not just into aviation, but into this really exciting and gripping world of unlimited aerobatics. Just letting the airspeed really die off there, and then eventually the weight of the engine up front flips the nose over. And then using, like all other aerobatic pilots, that height and then the descending speed and energy to power the next series of death-defying, absolutely high-spin washing machine aerobatics. Back into a knife edge pass, using a bit of fuselage to add a little bit of lift as she flies along and switching that onto both sides. Really agile and very skillful flying indeed. Hard for you to really gauge the speed and the roll rate at which he's conducting these maneuvers. Getting another Czechoslovakian headache on the way up there as well. And really showing off the lines of this really phenomenally successful aircraft as well. And that is her calling complete after what must be an absolutely exhausting profile to maintain. Takes a lot of practice, I can assure you, and a lot of coaching, a lot of detail, a lot of debriefing, and that's just with yourself, let alone the aircraft, which of course has to be at the top end of serviceability and perfection to do that kind of work. But most of the pilots in this genre train very hard, very similar to F1 drivers. They work out in the gym, great muscle strength, particularly around the neck as well, because of course you've got to be able to look around you. And with those maneuvers, the snap of the G from both negative and positive is very sharp indeed. Tough stuff. Wow, absolutely brilliant. Well, we're nearly coming to the end of this second section of flying today. And next up, we're going to have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, who were a little bit delayed from the first section. And today, instead of flying in 2 parts, they're going to fly in separate elements. First of all, they'll come in as a 3-ship and then go into a second element just featuring the fighters. So just a few minutes pause now, and they'll be joining us very, very shortly. And here they are, catching us all out, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And what a dramatic entry indeed. Absolutely delightful. I'll just let you take all that in for a moment. It's a wonderful, wonderful machine. Of course, the speed and land style, as I often refer to, of the Spitfire. Tremendous design out of R.J. Mitchell back in the 30s following the success of the Schneider Air Trophy. Two fighters we're going to see today, the Mark 19 and the Mark 16, representing the latter end of development of 22 different variants of the machine, probably the greatest and most famous fighter aircraft, over 20,000 of them built, and they remained in production throughout the course of the war, and still today inspiring generations of pilots to come. This silver Spitfire, a unique introduction to the rest of the Battle of Britain Memorial Fighter, will be coming on, flown today by Matt Jones. This a very heavily restored Mark 9 aircraft in polished aluminium. It's had the guns removed of this though, demilitarizing it. Partly because it went on the most remarkable world tour. And what an exhausting flight that was for Matt. And other members, he was the co-founder along with Steve Brooks of the Boltby Flight Academy. And it's something you can experience. I'm sure you're aware that many organizations have now set up opportunities to fly Spitfires. Well, if you go to spitfires.com, you'll find out more about this particular aircraft and that opportunity to fly as well. Although your program mentioned that we were going to see the city of Exeter, a change, and so we're really privileged to see this aircraft with us here today. Built by the famous Vickers Supermarine outlet in Castle Bromwich in 1943, carrying its historic registration of Mike Juliet 271. It's got 51 combat missions to its credit. Delivered initially in October 43 to the Royal Air Force via the 3-3 maintenance unit at Lynham, but eventually went on to join 118, a fighter squadron, spent much of its time flying fighter sweeps and escorting bombers over occupied Europe. Delivered to that squadron in February 1944 and saw action in 16 operational sorties from Royal Air Force Detling near Maidstone in Kent. Designed as initially as a short-range, high-performance interceptor, pushing the design of its elliptical wing to the thinnest possible cross-section to increase the highest speed available, definitely outpacing the likes of the Hurricane, which bore the brunt, of course, of most of the Battle of Britain. But here, presenting it in a beautiful bare metal state, aiming to highlight just the sheer timeless beauty of the design and the unique and famous shape of the airframe itself. Matt always gives himself, I think, a little pinch. He just can't believe how lucky he has been to fly these aircraft on a daily basis. Began studying engineering, then went into the investment bank, and although he had a bit of experience flying Chipmunks at Exeter, and that's a nod to his background as a Torbay schoolboy himself, he then went off to the States to qualify for all his licenses and helped to set up the school at Goodwin, which now he manages full-time under Spitfires.com. And what a great site that is. And we're keeping that genre going now as the BBMF prepare to join us. Well, just a reminder to please keep a hold of all your property. Keep an eye on that. If you see anything suspicious, please do just speak to any of the friendly staff, stewards, or police around the site here. Do make a point, if you haven't picked one up, of getting yourself a children's wristband to put your telephone number on, and that'll help reunite you. There is a lost and found facility at Pier Approach, and also an information point just beyond that at the back of the Showground area. For any other issues you may have. Of course, the program is a very useful thing to have. Lots of excellent photographs in there, as well as information about other activities. And after the show today, why not stick around and make the most of what is happening on the Showground as well. Plenty of music through till tea time this afternoon. So we're just waiting for the BBMF now to check in. I hear a few bits of chit-chat on the air behind me, and they will hopefully join us in just a few minutes' time. Now, I suggest you keep your eyes behind you, because as predicted earlier on when I thought they were approaching, we hope to see a three-ship, their standard, one we're so familiar with throughout the course of air displays in the last few years, with the Lank and two fighters, the 16 and 19, side by side. And then they will split into their different elements. It's a great opportunity in this VE 80th anniversary year as well to commemorate all the lives that were lost during the course of that deadly combat. And this flight working very hard throughout every season, not just to add to that memorial feature, but also to inspire future generations of pilots to come. If you get a bit of time before you leave today, do make your way down to the military village and you can chat to the soldiers and airmen of all three services and get a feel for the skills and training that is available to youngsters today. And they're not coming from behind. They're actually over on the right-hand side, over the top of the harbour, low level. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And very sadly, we just heard that one of the Spitfires has gone tech, as we say in the business. So we've just got the pair, but nonetheless, still a magnificent sight. Yes, an absolutely wonderful sight. No matter how many Spitfires you have, just the sheer pleasure of seeing one. But to see the Lancaster, one of only two airworthy of its type in the entire world. And the Royal Air Force has done so well to keep this magnificent tribute in the air. You may notice a slight variation in the tones, though, is because it's just the Mark 19 we have with us today, which of course features the Griffon engine. Two of the most famous aircraft that featured in the Second World War here today. The Avro Lancaster, one of the most famous and successful Royal Air Force heavy bombers of World War II. And of course the Spitfire barely needs an introduction. history of the flight itself goes back to the mid-50s, with just a few remaining Mark 19 Spitfires making up the start of what was then the Royal Air Force Historic Flight. But it's grown, and they've acquired many aircraft since. A huge effort has gone in, giving it the place, quite rightly, in national history as a national icon, as an organisation. Despite having a small staff, it also is heavily supported by a large number of volunteers, all the pilots from the operational flight, bar just a couple of them, giving up their time at weekends to keep this remarkable story alive. The pair splitting there out on our right-hand side to now provide an opportunity for both of them to demonstrate their individual successes and prowess. The Lancaster, built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory at Harden, completed its construction in May 1945. And the war had, of course, just ended a few weeks earlier, as we celebrated across England just a few weeks ago. Making way for the distinctive sight and sound, the Mark 19 in the hands today of Flight Lieutenant Andy Preece. This aircraft, thought to have been built at Reading, delivered to Southampton in May 1944, used initially for tests and didn't serve operationally, but a good representative of the high altitude for photographic reconnaissance Spitfires which did. They were unarmed but could fly at 350 miles at up to 40,000 feet with pressurized cockpits with a range of approximately 1,500 miles. Modified for use in the meteorological domain, flown by civilian pilots with the temperature, humidity and monitoring flights, known as the thumb flights, at Hoodon Park and Woodwell between 1951 and 57, making daily ascents up to 30,000 feet to gather meteorological information. This one ended up at Duxford in the hands of Group Captain Jamie Ranking, DSO DFC. From there, went to Biggin Hill to join the other available Mark 19 Spitfires to form that historic flight. It's the longest continuously serving aircraft of the BBMF, and in due course, of course, will continue, like all the others, to be maintained to the highest standards possible for future generations to enjoy it. Andy Preece, well known to the air display circuit in the United Kingdom, initially trained as a navigator before then crossing over to fly the Tornado as a pilot. Served with 17 Squadron, and then as an instructor at Cottesmore, where he taught the Italian and German pilots and navigators. That included plenty of operational experience over Iraq as well. But during his time, not only flying the Tornado, but also the Hawk, the Tucano, the Harrier, the Domini, and the Grob Tutor, the QFI and QPNI. He was the RAF Tutor solo aerobatic display pilot in 07, 08, and then again in 2014 and 15, and performed at well over 200 public air displays. He joined the BBMF back in 2017 as the operations officer, planning to leave in 2022, but has since returned in the very envious role of being a part-time reservist pilot. And I know, just loving it. Irrepressible, absolutely top of his game, very professional, and just a real pleasure to work with him and to see these aircraft on display as much as we do. And he's just making his final pass now. He'll be departing the scene and just making way for the Lancaster. To all those brave men who fought so hard for the future of our country, we salute them. Prototype Lancaster took to the air from its first flight from Woodford in Manchester in January 1941. The first production aircraft, joining in October of that year, and the first unit receiving it was on Christmas Eve in 1941 with number 44 Squadron at Waddington, quickly followed by 97th Squadron at Woodhull Spa. An absolutely amazing performer, maximum bomb load of 22,000 pounds, level speed cruising routinely at 15,000 feet at 270 miles an hour, and a range speed of 200 miles an hour. You see now Andy in the Mark 19 chasing the Lancaster's tail. Well over 7,300 Lancasters were built between 1941 and 46. 3,000 or so were lost on operations and in various write-offs and crashes. And the vast majority, bar the one you see here and one in Canada, is all that survived. In total, 125,000 aircrew served in Bomber Command during World War II. Over 73,700 of them became casualties, killed, wounded, or shot down, or made prisoners of war. And positioning now, very sadly, for their final pass. But what a privilege it has been to see them here again today. Over 2,300 airmen took part in the Battle of Britain. Over 500 of them weren't even British. During the course of that particular battle, short-lived of course, just during the course of 1940, well before the Lancaster entered the battle, they managed to shoot down 1,800 enemy aircraft. The average age of the pilots just 22, the average life expectancy just 4 weeks. And now let us remember them as they depart. The Lancastars coming right over your heads. Give them a wave if you wish. Let us commemorate, and may this flight continue for many, many decades to come. Well, I very much hope you enjoyed this second section of our flying today, featuring some absolutely magnificent and historical aircraft from the delights of the Royal Navy Heritage Flight, Navy Wings with the Swordfish, through rip-roaring aerobatics from Melanie Astles, and of course the outstanding lines of the Silver Spitfire, but that commemorative flight from the Battle Brit Memorial Flight always just reaching the heart. But right now we're going to take a break for about 25 minutes or so. A good chance to top up everything that you need. Please keep an eye on the children, won't you? And of course all your belongings during this. And we'll recommence almost about on the half hour with Team Raven. Well, just 5 minutes to go now before we commence the third part of our flying display this afternoon. Two really excellent performances coming your way. First up, a 6-ship we're expecting today from Team Raven, and then closing the show this afternoon, the mighty Typhoon. So lots to look forward to, and I know both very, very popular indeed, very different, but enormously entertaining and engaging displays. If you're thinking of dashing off straight at the end, please make sure you have all your belongings with you, and that includes the children as well. And please dispose of any rubbish you have sensibly. Take it with you if necessary. That would be most helpful. Leave this beautiful beach and coastline as clean as we can for others to use later in the season. And we hope very much you've enjoyed a day here as well, thanks to Torbay Council and the English Riviera bid team, putting together a fabulous weekend, including booking the weather, which has stayed pretty much on our side. Okay, just a few minutes to go. Well, this next performance here, the display team, once again featuring the RV series of aircraft. You saw the Firebirds earlier on in RV4s. You can hear in the background 6 voices, all checking in with each other. And it's, I can assure you, an absolutely delightful, very balletic, very graceful display. Very well executed as well, and I'm delighted the weather is staying perfect for them, albeit a little bumpy up there just off the coast. The RV8 very much retaining the fighter-like feel of centerline seating, but also a slightly wider fuselage containing cockpits to accommodate larger people, but also 2 baggage compartments, 1 forward and 1 aft, keeping a huge amount to enable you to enjoy the touring capabilities of this delightful aircraft. The tall pilot, interesting enough, his option is also available. The builder of the aircraft, the designer himself, is actually 6'10", would you believe? But with a large 42-gallon fuel capacity and really efficient airframe, this is a good tourer as well as being an exceptionally excellent aerobatic aircraft, able to comply with G up to +6 and -3. Keep your eyes open now, look up on the left-hand side and give a warm welcome to Team Raven. Starting off with their Delta Loop, led as always for many years now by Sid Shirley. And joined today, if you were here yesterday, you would have seen a 5-ship operating predominantly in Vic, but tucked in at the tail end there is number 6, that's Paul Farmer, ex-Chinook display pilot, but now involved with flying both Yaks and the RV-8s. The team essentially collectively based in and around Swansea, and a terrific bunch of guys they are. Supporting Sid, we've got Pete Wells at number 2, Mark Southern at number 3, Gerald Williams number 4, Russ Eatwell at 5th place, and as I've just mentioned, Paul flying number 6. Coming round now for their big Vic underside pass. And at the end of this, Ravens 4 and 5 will break off. That's Gerald and Russ to perform a few individual crossovers and dynamic maneuvers, whilst the main formation just reformates, settles itself down to come back in a few minutes. Putting in that little twist just to give it an exit out on the other trajectory. Two great characters here. Gerald, originally a professional rugby player in Wales, New Zealand and South Africa, now more successful as a businessman in the Swansea area. Just vacating as Sid leads the 4-ship back in. Completing a very neat barrel roll from right to left. Coming back in a moment, Gerald will return with Russ Eatwell. Passion for aviation right back to his school days when his father taught him to fly gliders, and then went on to join the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm, initially flying Sea Kings, but then soon moving on to fly fast jets as well. Here they are diving down from high altitude. They're putting in what we call a quarter clover, tucking up underneath that, and again you've seen it all before in pairs formation. The cadence and the absolute detail and coordination required as coming in from the left-hand side, the 4-ship comes in to complete the cyclone. They'll come in, 4 and 5 will chase the formation down. And they'll make their way out into what we call the B axis. That's right out in front of you for their next maneuver. Leading the team must be about his 10th season, I think, maybe 11th. I almost lost track. We've seen so much of them. They're excellent and delighted to see them. There was a risk we may not have seen them this year, but Sid, a former fast jet pilot himself, around about 6,000 hours, multiple tours on the Tornado F3, including operational missions over the Balkans, and QFI tours on the Hawk, the Grob Tutor, and the elementary flying training roles as well with the Prefect. Now a full-time reservist, QFI, with the University of Wales Air Squadron. Keep your eyes peeled as he repositions the entire 6-ship formation. At the end of which 4 and 5 will break out again.
Up, down. 4 and 5, break, go.
And You see on that cadence, that very last syllable, that is when the action occurs. And number 6 just falling out as the airspeed tears away to chase down the rest of the formation. Now we see some really interesting antics between 4 and 5, that's Gerald and Russ, as they make a few opposition passes. Of course, as they make those breaks, the G coming on, just a bit of tension in themselves. These guys don't wear any G seats, of course, but all incredibly well synchronized. Quite difficult to track them pulling up into the white cloud over there. Coming in from the left, Sid leading the 4-ship back in again. Putting in that little twist again, and they'll be going out on what we call the 45 in the opposite direction. That's just half right of the way you're looking at the moment. Keep an eye out now for 4 and 5 coming in. Gerald and Russ to perform their battle loop. Pulling hard up now, around about 4G, they pull up on the turn, looking over the backs of their heads now, getting the wings level on the horizon. Keep an eye right out in front of you now as Sid brings the 4-ship back in. Oh, the cross break. Excellent. Very tight performance this, always keeping something going in front of you. Meanwhile, Russ and Gerald will reposition 4 and 5 for the cassette loops. Putting up at the same time. If you keep the G accurate all the way up here, then they should follow exactly the same trajectories. Let's see how they get on. Pretty smart stuff. Keep your eyes peeled out to the center again. You can just see the sun catching the 4-ship as Sid brings the main formation back in, first of all, for a barrel roll. Big curve in the sky as if you're flying around the outside of a large old wooden beer barrel. And of course the wingmen having to work differently to keep that same position, keeping the formation flat as they're maneuvering. Now, big wing over to the right-hand side to conclude that maneuver. Really, really efficient, smooth flying this. Takes years, hours and hours of practice. Delight, real pleasure to see it. Coming in now, 4 and 5, Russ and Gerald coming up for their heart. Always a lovely maneuver, spreading the love, and of course, grateful thanks to all those who have helped put this show together. Keep your eyes now out to the far right-hand side, half right, so you see the smoke coming on. Lovely maneuver coming up now, the crocodile loops. Again, an absolutely graceful maneuver, really lovely to watch. And then all being well, after extensive practice and the correct G coming on at the bottom there. Neatly starting off with a tail chase. Now the biggest challenge is getting all 6 aircraft together in the left-hand turn over the Torquay side of the display area in time for the next maneuver, which is absolutely delightful. Quick mention for Pete Wells, who's flying at number 2. Again, a well-known member of the air display community. Runs his own company, Zulu Glass Tech, very much a composite maintenance outfit, but he spent a lot of time in the glider world, towing, and many different aircraft. Delivered the very first night's pyrotechnic show on one of the Silence Twisters. And also to Barry Gwinnett, who's flying number 3. Has been flying for many years as a display pilot with Team Osprey and the Yaks. But keep your eyes peeled now as they get all 6 aircraft back in line for the Twizzles. I love that maneuver. Really lovely. Great as the sun angle changes now to pick out the aircraft. So much easier to see them out to sea. Okay, well, a little bit of a haggle there as they all reposition their way back in, but by the time they get around this left-hand turn, or are they going right? They're going right, I see, and this will be for their final maneuver. All now keeping that cadence, keeping the replicating the leader's maneuvers. They're going to be pulling up, putting in a little twist for the final maneuver, the downward bomb burst. Here we come, great camera shot coming up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Team Raven. Absolutely superb. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. It's a real pleasure. Very graceful flying. Excellent formation work and great teamwork as well. Well, just one final act to come, and that almost needs no introduction whatsoever. It is hugely popular, representing the sharp end of today's Royal Air Force operational service, and it comes with a massive punch as you would imagine. It is, of course, the mighty Typhoon. It's impressive, noisy. Warn your children, dogs, whatever you have nearby, and it is a massively capable aircraft. Just a few minutes to run before we see the Typhoon. Well, the skies are good and well placed for it. We're hoping to see the full display from Nathan. That's Nathan Scheuer, the flying instructor on 29th Squadron based up at Royal Air Force Coningsby. Call sign Reheat 01 for this particular year. Great guy, as they all are. Born in Chichester, soon moved to Devon, so knows this local area well. Was at Honington Community College and then Exeter. Member of the 1064 Air Cadets before joining the Royal Air Force as a fighter pilot. You don't get to say a great deal, as always, during a Typhoon display. You just sit back in totally awestruck at the sheer power of the two Eurojet EJ200 reheated turbofans, delivering 40,000 pounds and pushing this aircraft in excess of Mach 2. Able to pull +9 and -3. Max altitude up around 60,000 feet, almost going beyond the atmosphere. Massive amount of armory on board. You'll see it where that is all loaded underneath the wing. And for this year, arriving again from behind you. When Nathan's not displaying, he's teaching the next generation of frontline Typhoon pilots how to fly and, more importantly, fight the aircraft. He is, of course, like so many others at Coningsby, contributing to the primary task of defending UK sovereign airspace on QRA duties, which every member of the display team has done. Here he is, the Typhoon. Accelerating the jet there. It's limited on speed coming in to around about 350 miles an hour. Aggressively pulling the Typhoon vertically initially. And then with that reheat engage, sustaining crushing G-force to reposition the aircraft. During the course of the display, it'll be operating way back down to below 150 knots and then accelerating to just under 600 miles an hour, which sadly for many is the speed limit around the United Kingdom. Executing a massive loop there, at the top, around about 4,000 feet, all the way back down to just 500 feet, going straight into a barrel roll. Setting himself now as he comes back in from the left-hand side for a series of aileron rolls, passing through a staggering 1,890 degrees. Breaking away at the far end, close to 600 miles an hour and 9G. That's 9 times his body weight being forced into the seat. Slowing the jet down now. Going into an easy, slower speed barrel roll. Just missing out a few of the maneuvers at the top there, but easily re-planning the schedule back into crowd center. This time pushing away from himself in an incredibly uncomfortable -3G, forcing the blood into his head. Occasionally get just a glimpse of unburnt fuel from the fuel lines venting through the top of the tail on this. Once through that, snapping the aircraft then to convert the negative into positive G, assisted by his full body G suit and some pressure breathing. Completing the on-crowd loop. As he breaks away, going into a double corkscrew. Wonderful carefree handling, as these pilots refer to this jet. A real joy to fly. Massive amount of power. Of course, you can't hear all the noise that he's creating. It's very comfortable right up at the front end of this aircraft. Positioning now for a hesitating inverted pass with a negative half Cuban right at the end. Just putting in another extra little bit of negative G there as he takes that inverted climb up to 3,500 feet. Right at the top, put in a quick aileron roll as he pulls it back towards the ground. This time we get yet another high-speed pass. Tremendous acceleration. You can almost feel as it comes down in front of us now. Braking at another 9G, washing away the speed, but also just pulling the throttle back a little bit so that he doesn't exceed our speed limit itself. Now, take a close look at this. This is extraordinary. So from 600, he's back now to about 120 knots just in the course of that turn. Right on the stall limit of the aircraft, the stick back and the nose high jet position hardly moving in the sky compared to what it was just seconds ago. It really is an extraordinary performance. If you've got your binos or cameras there, you may see the canards just flicking away. Of course, the computers on board working hard to ensure the aircraft doesn't depart at this stage, but a very, very unusual angle indeed. Puts the burners back on, reheats, kicking in for another slow loop. Coming towards the end of the display, take a close look at where you can. Underneath there, the numerous hard points, able to mount all those extraordinary weaponry, the ASRAM, the AMRAMs, the 1,027mm cannon, and the enhanced 1,000-pound freefall bombs and paved way as well. Tremendous capability all in one platform. Again, back up to 9G again. Pulling hard, breathing hard. The G suit working overtime as well to ensure the blood remains where it needs to be, predominantly in his brain. Now, I'm pretty sure we've cleared him to around 6,000 feet, so he'll be departing this, putting on the power now and taking a vertical climb upwards. What a way to leave an air show. Absolutely outstanding performance from both the most tremendously able jet and of course a hugely competent pilot as well. Concluding the final display of this immensely enjoyable English Riviera Airshow. Super weather, great to have seen so many of you here as well, and we hope you're all going to come back again and do it all over again next year. Tell your friends and family, make sure if you are thinking of departing straight away that you have everything with you. Take your rubbish as well. Keep a close eye on the children, but predominantly please don't leave any baggage around just in case it creates obviously a security issue. But most importantly, please take and follow the directions of the stewards and the police around the local area so that you can get away safely and smartly. We hope you've all had a great time. Grateful thanks to our numerous sponsors, but particularly to Torbay Council and the English Riviera bid team, and the many supporters, of course, and contractors that have helped manage the air show safely and help you enjoy your activity here today. Managing the entire display itself, TSA, the consultancy organisation with a band of hugely experienced pilots and managers for air displays. WA Audio here providing the sound for you. But I know that many of you will be making your way across the road to the fairground and also to the soundstage, which will be going for another couple of hours. So make the most of the day. Hope you enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you again another time.